Good morning, everybody. We're back with a fresh week on SDtv, and as always, I'll let Aaron kick things off for us this morning. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Laura. Morning, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Hope everybody had an awesome long weekend, if you did get a long weekend. Nice recharge the batteries. Hope everybody's getting good weather. Freezing here. I'm not going to get into that. Jay Wavy, good morning. How are we doing, everybody? Get into it here in just a second. Mr. Wilf, good morning. How are we doing, guys? All right, should be an exciting week. Absolutely. Ready to go. We got a full week. What is this thing? What is that? There we go. IKEA boy, good morning. How are you? RC, morning. One day closer to May. All right. Give everybody about 30 seconds. We do have news, but not till 10. All right. What the heck am I doing here? There we go. All right. There we go. Lyle, good morning. I got your message, Lyle. I just haven't had a chance to respond yet. Mr. Paz, good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Hopefully Middle East stuff is winding down. We will see. But markets are responding nicely here. All right. Trump speaking at 1. Did I miss that? Let's see something here. Yep, you are correct. President Trump speaking at 1. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on news. Now, we've got a jam-packed news week. But today, 10 o'clock, ISM forecasting a 54.8. We'll see where that comes in. And then, yes, President Trump is speaking at 1. All right, let's see. Yeah, press conference about the Middle East stuff. All right, so obviously you guys, Monday afternoons are slow anyway, but yeah, just keep in mind, we'll probably be on the nooner. We'll just be wrapping up the nooner when that happens. But yeah, what's right in front of us here this morning, 10 o'clock. Now, going into this week, guys, it's packed. We've got a bunch of catch-up reports from the government shutdown. All right, all through our week here, and then we've got FOMC meeting minutes. We already know what's in those. On Wednesday, PCE, all CPI on Friday. Like, it's just jam-packed. All right, jam-packed, along with all the geopolitical stuff that's going on, right? So 10 o'clock, don't let that one sneak up on you. You can be going about your morning and kind of forget that one's there. So don't let that sneak up on you. All right, so getting into it here. Omar, good morning. Ty, good morning. Thanks for that heads up, RC. All right, where's the rest of the ladies? We got Miss Mary Rose, Miss Amanda, don't know if they're on yet. Tamika, you're flying solo right now. Hopefully those guys jump on. Okay. Excuse me. All right, so let's get to it. All right, there we go. Jim Bob. Well, thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate that. Jim Bob, do you have another name? Are you on Stock Dads? Because I'm always wondering who that is. Very good, Tamika. You're barely there yourself. All right. Do you get busy around tax time? Do you have to do anything special at tax time, Tamika, with work? I was wondering if you have to like reconcile a bunch of stuff or anything. All right. What's your name on Stock Dads, Jim Bob, if you don't mind saying? Oh, you're not revealing your identity. Okay. All right, gotcha. Just your own taxes? Yeah, don't forget, guys, tax time, right? Tax time coming up. If you've been putting that off, you only got a few more days. You're my secret admirer. Okay, thanks, Joe Bob. Appreciate that. All right. Okay, so let's get to it. All right, so starting off with the VIX. All right, remember this is VX. The VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, so here is where we are. Okay, on the larger time frame, we've still got these 44s that were put in back on April 10th down here to our lows on August 19th. Okay, we ran into that last week, and we're selling off from it, which is all well and good. But keep in mind, we still have to be aware of these 1580s to highs down here. You know, that's a long way on the VIX, but the trend that's leading us down is very much intact. Okay, this downtrend on the VIX, uptrend on the indices. From our highs on March 29th, all right, down here to our lows on April 1st, there was our pullback, right? We broke the long from lows, and here's that next pullback in that trend, or in that series, from these 2690s down here to these 2440s. We traded up into it once, we retested, okay, and that target is down here at these 2380s. Okay, so we've still got room. So what we can watch for going into the morning is this next measured move inside of the VIX right here. Okay, and we'll see. There could be more aggressive. There could be more aggressive setups, but that's what we're watching with the VIX. So could we get this squeeze up in here and then roll over? Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. We'll just have to see what Wall Street wants to do with us here this morning. All right, you can see that pullback too. There could be more aggressive setups here. We just don't want to really draw those up yet. We'll see how the morning gets settled, right? But if we do see the VIX squeeze back up into this resistance, then yeah, the indices are going to sell off until the VIX gets to resistance, roll over, okay, and then the indices will lift back off. All right. So that's what we're looking at going into the morning. Nothing too fancy here. Now, I should say, if this breaks, that's not a trend break, okay? There'd have to be a whole lot to happen here for the VIX to break its short trend. But if we do break these 2510 round up, or don't need to round up, just add a tick, 2515s. If we do break these 2515s, then the VIX is going to squeeze back higher into these larger resistance levels above us. Excuse me. So we'll see going into the morning, but that's what we're looking at right there. Okay. There any questions? Remember, this runs inverse, right? So VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. Okay, this is not VIX, the index. All right. This is the leading indicator for our US indices. All right. So pretty straightforward. That's what we're looking at right there. And you'll see the inverse of this on the indices. Everybody got it? Very good. Okay. All right, there we go. So that's how we're starting our week right there. Okay, moving on, our financials. Now our financials are in an uptrend, right? Remember, bank, this is our financials and our markets. Bank is just an index, right? It's not traded. So it doesn't have to be perfect. So there is a draw from these lows, but we're just using this larger one. So we'll see where bank opens up, what direction we get moving. But there could be, excuse me, there could be this pullback, right? That bank could fall into this pullback and lift back off. But we'll see. I'm not drawing that up just because it's really small. And all we really care about on our financials, right, is what direction we're moving intraday. Okay, so we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Keep in mind, whether bank gaps up or down doesn't make a difference. It's just what direction it's moving after we're open. Just like this, we had this great big gap down, but then we just rallied the rest of the day, right? So remember, bank rallying, tailwind for the indices, bank falling, headwind for the indices. Doesn't move tick for tick, okay? Just creates the environment the indices are in. All right, okay, so moving on, here we go, moving on to the ES. Here's those long setups on the ES in correlation with the VIX. Okay, here's our first pullback down here from these 63, 53, 25s to our highs up here April 1st. Pullback right there, came within one tick, very cool. And then here's that move inside of the ES. Okay, just inverse of the VIX right there. All right. So right there, here's that smaller move that I just drew up on the VIX right here. This is that smaller move on the ES. You can see we've already traded it once. All right, so right there. All right, so just inverse of that right there. Okay, this, right, this is inverse right here. Okay, so this can be sloppy. We know that because the VIX isn't. So we'll see if the VIX does start that pullback. All right, we'll see how far the indices fall until the VIX gets to support. Now, the gap fill, you'll probably wonder, asking yourself why this goofy line's on here. Well, I'll tell you. This is the 4 o'clock close of Thursday, okay? Because that's what we're using for the gap fill, all right? Because we don't take half days or trading halt days into account, okay? It doesn't really compute, okay? So anytime you're on a day after a holiday or a trading halt, it's a little tricky with the gap fill. But this is the one we're watching, these 66.23s. Okay, that was the 4 p.m. close on Thursday, our last full trading day. All right. And you can see we're sitting right on top of them right now. Okay, so just, you know, we need to see that rubber band stretch away. All right, so we can look at 20 and 30 point or 10, 20 points away. So 23 to the upside, be 33. If I can get it. Oh, almost. All right, here is 10 points to the upside. Now, unless something dramatic happens, you know, more than likely we're going to open within 10 to the upside or 10 to the downside. What's the downside? 13. Get that. All right. Oh man, look at that one. Real close. Okay. So this is where we're sitting going into the morning. Okay, we're sitting just right on top of it. Okay. So we'll see if we can get that rubber band to stretch away far enough to snap back into the fill. We'll check towards the end of the call here. Okay. But just inverse of the VIX, right? So we've just got our Friday's lows to highs. Okay, that's the next one we're watching. And then the larger one is last Thursday's lows to highs. And that's what we traded right there. Okay. So there's the ES, just inverse of the VIX. And you'll see that pretty much all the other indices are the same. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. Okay, here's the NASDAQ from Thursday's lows to highs. There's the pullback. All right, and we're watching our next measured move from there. See, it's already traded once. Moving that up to there. Okay. So there's the NASDAQ, just same. All right, same as the ES. inverse of the VIX. Okay? Just like that. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now think bank when you're talking about, or when you're thinking about the YM and the Russells, right? They're the most sensitive to banks movements. So here's the YM. All right, this is pretty cool. This came like a tick away. That pullback March 27th to our highs here on last Wednesday. Pullback right there. There's that long, and you can see that it was briefly sloppy right here. Right on the YM. Not going to get too excited about that because the VIX didn't break it and all the other indices are defending it. So we're not going to get too excited about that. Okay, so that's still our support level. Now this is that next draw. Okay, and that's a little aggressive right there. All right, so we're just going to leave it up like this. All right, and just let the VIX be our guide. All right, and then see where bank opens up, what direction it gets moving. Right, if bank opens up and starts to rally, then we're going to lift right out of these. Okay, bank opens up and starts to fall, we could fall all the way back down to support. All right, now moving on to the Russells. Okay, here's the Russells. Look at Russells, go to the tick. Bang, right there. Okay, larger move from the 30th to our highs on the 1st. Pull back right there from those lows to highs, right? Pull back right there. Was that, what did we say? That was one tick away, I think, wasn't it? What was that low? Yeah, it was one tick. 25.11.40 we traded. 25.11.50 is that line. Pretty cool. Okay, and then here's that more aggressive long right here. All right, it's all about what the VIX, I mean, this is all well and good, guys, but it's all about what the VIX is going to do. Is the VIX going to squeeze into resistance, right? Send the indices down into support, or is the VIX just going to roll over? We'll see, right? We'll see. It's still really early in the week too. All right, so that's what the Russell's looking like. Right, boom, boom, boom. We'll see. And if bank joins the party this morning, then yeah, especially the YM and the Russells are going to lift off. All right, very cool. All right, any questions? VIX Bank indices. Any questions? VIX Bank indices before we move on. And I'm watching myself on the video. I look so disinterested. Do I look disinterested, Miss Tamika, when I'm talking? I'm gonna move around more. Okay. Everybody good? VIX again, Lyle. Yep. All right. So what we're watching. All right, we've got these highs from, it's called professional. Yeah, concentration. That's what it is, Tamika. Until one of you guys takes my brain somewhere else, and then I start talking about TV shows and crap. I don't need you guys to move my brain around. It does plenty by itself. Anyway, VIX from last Thursday. Okay. Highs down here to Thursday's lows. Okay, that's the larger move we're in right there. Okay. Inside of that, look what I did there. That's pretty cool. Inside of that move, we've got targets down here. Right? Inside of that move, this is what we're watching. These Friday, right there. Excuse me. Or I'm sorry, these Sunday night, Monday right there. Reopen highs to lows. And that gives us this resistance up here. So that's the big question of the morning, is because we do have room, right? We do have room to squeeze into our next, in our series here, and roll back over. So that's the question. Are we going to make this squeeze, or are we just going to melt? We'll see. Okay. Everybody good? Did we get the ladies on? Did we get Miss Mary Rose, Miss Amanda? They're on yet? All right. Okay. Very welcome. Anybody else? Any other questions? Big Spank Indices? Before we move on. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. Bitcoin. Bitcoin's making its squeeze into its next measured move. Now, here's where we are. And Bitcoin's behaving, as we've talked about, more and more like a risk asset, right? Like one of the indices. But we'll see. So we're in this larger setup from January 14th, okay, to our lows, basically halfway back in the year. Okay, and that's up here. Inside of that, all right, inside of that pullback, we've broken longs from lows. Boom. And now we've got our shorts from highs. Okay, we hadn't quite traded this pullback yet. See how we traded it the first time? Right? Trade, target. We hadn't quite gotten there yet. Hadn't quite gotten there yet. Now we've gotten there. Okay, so we'll see if we roll over from here, right, down into our next targets. Remember, ultimate targets are way down at 33.5. All right, if we do end up breaking that for some reason, then there we go. If we do end up breaking that, we can just squeeze right back up into this resistance. Okay. So that's what we're looking at there on Bitcoin. Pretty much see an immediate reaction, right? Orders just sitting there. Okay, so we'll see going into the day here. All right, maybe watch for a 1 hour bar to close green, something along those lines. If you want to try to get short there, or wait for this pullback to break, this opposing move to break, and then sell that pullback. All right. So there's Bitcoin. Moving on now, probably most important chart, crude oil. Okay, because the indices are moving in versus crude oil, right? So here's where crude oil is. All right, we're in this long. Actually, here, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay. We're in a series of longs on crude oil, obviously, with everything going on in the Middle East. Crude oil is wild, right? But it's actually being relatively technical. From our lows on March 23rd to our highs on March 30th, there's our pullback. We've hit that target right there. Now, when we zoom in, okay, here's our next measured move. From those lows on April 1st to our highs, April 2nd, there's our pullback. Now, we didn't hit this target, right? So we could fall all the way back into this support level. We never officially traded it. We traded the 38.2 and lifted off, but we could retest. And what's interesting, now I don't want to get too excited here, but what's interesting is coming off of this failed breakout. This is a failed breakout of highs. Coming off of that failed breakout, you can see we're actually holding short setups. Okay. So do you want to short crude oil? I don't know. I'm not doing a whole lot with crude oil right now because of the volatility and because we have no idea with the Strait of Hormuz and all that, what's going to happen. But what price is telling us is that we've got room, okay, to fall back down in here into at least these 105s. That's crazy to say. At least we're going to fall to 105 on crude oil. Look at that, guys. We had $115 a barrel. All right, let's look at Brent. Let's see what Brent is doing. Was higher. Brent got up to 119. Right? Isn't that something? All right. If you don't know, light sweet crude, the reason there's two, CL, what we look at, that's kind of what the West uses, right? And then Brent, it's kind of what the East uses if you want to simplify it like that. All right. So there we go. So we'll see if crude oil continues to fall, right? That's the indices are going to have a tailwind. Okay, absolutely they will. All right, and we are holding these short setups coming out of this. So if this continues, right, then indices could get a nice little boost, right? Nice little boost. Now again, opposite of that, we start to lift off, then indice big headwind against the indices. Just making sure that broke. Yeah. Okay. So there's crude oil, probably the most important chart other than the VIX. All right. Okay. Now, gold and silver. These two, I tell you, these two just messing around here. Okay. So here's gold. So there's our larger support, right? And we've got this pullback to make. Okay, and that's just drawn from our lows here on March 23rd to this high on April 1st. So that pullback is down here. Okay, now there's nothing saying we have to get all the way there. We could get front run at this 38.2. But here's what we're looking at. So that's that draw I just showed you. Man, we are... So here's the 38.2% line of that larger long, okay? Here's the opposing move. Now I have pulled this off and dropped it on it again. Pulled it off, dropped it on it again, just to make sure we are exact. And this is so close, right? 47.32.10. We traded 47. No, we didn't. There we go. 47.33.10, and this is 47.32.10. So is this short broken? It looks like it, right? It looks like it. So we're going to watch this. We could change trend. Oops, there's the pullback we're going to watch. If this sucker lifts off from here, right, and breaks this, I mean, it's already broken, but if that is confirmed by holding this long setup and pushing through, man, like exciting, 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 right? These are probably two, well, gold and silver, two of the most exciting charts we have here. So we'll see. This could get wild, right? Because that's a huge front run, and that's incredible strength if we do hold this long. That's so close, right? So we'll see going into the morning. But if this does hold and we get up to a target, all of a sudden we have a trend that we can trade like forever, okay, until it breaks. All right, so not quite there yet, but we want to see one of two things happen. Like either make this pullback, right, or get up here and have that be a front run and get to this target, and then we got something to work off of, okay? This is really like in holding your breath mode to see what's going to happen here so we can take action. Okay, now silver. Found a new way to do this. There we go. Okay, silver, there's its little short. Did it? See how close we are? See, silver officially hasn't broken it. Right? Officially hasn't yet. 73.74. We just haven't gotten there. I think we've traded right to it. Yep. Not broken. So anyway, here's silver. So here's the long from March 23rd up here to March 24th. There's our pullback. This was that big churn of a pullback that took forever. And we lifted off out of it. We never got to the target. Okay. And then there's this long from lows that broke. Right. So we've come back down here to support. It doesn't appear so, but if we break these short setups, just like on gold, then we got something brewing here to the upside. Okay? But not quite yet. That's why I'm not 100% sold on that gold break. Just want to see both these guys do it. Now they could just break this morning and then take off. That's fine, but just not quite yet. All right, trying to build the excitement here, because if they, the reason I'm saying that is because if they do, we've got a brand, not a brand new trend, but we've got a confirmation of a trend that we can trade for a while. All right, that's just aggressive. Now there could be, let's see if this guy's going up in a series. Could very well be going up in a series here. Let's see. Yeah, you can very well make the case that this is just going up in a series of stair steps here. We'll see. That's one of those you see after the fact, and we've got something to work off of. All right, it's all going to depend on this holding. All right, it's all going to depend on that holding, because you can see if this breaks, right, this long breaks, then yeah, we're just going to continue down into support. Okay. All right, moving on here, dollar. All right, obviously going to play a big role. Here's DXY. Not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies, right? From our lows down here on April 1st to our highs on April 2nd, there's that pullback, but you can see these shorts from highs. Right, now remember, DXY is just an index, right? This isn't traded, so to speak. Okay, it's just a bunch of different currencies inside of an index. All right, so it doesn't have to be exact. All right, but you can see if we roll over, this is dollar weakness. Right, this is dollar weakness. Okay, tailwind for the indices and the precious metals. If we do continue up, dollar strength. All right, so when we get to the actual currencies, here's the dollar yen. Look at that, that just happened. Here's this short setup leading us back down into support. Okay, from April 1st to this high on April 2nd. Okay, targets are up here. All we're watching for is this. We never officially got down there and traded into this. But look at that, coming off of highs. Pretty cool. Okay, that's from the 3rd down here to our overnight low. Look at that. Go Japanese dollar yen go. How cool is that? Just slammed, right? So there we go. This is dollar weakness. If this continues, dollar weakness, right? Tailwind for the precious metals and the indices. All right. There we go. You're going to hopefully see the opposite on the euro. Yeah, there's the euro. So here's the short from highs on the euro. From the 1st down here to the 2nd, pull back, got slammed, but this long hasn't broken. All right. Oops. That's what it just, the dollar yen just bounced off of to the downside. Look at the euro. Almost perfect. Go currencies go, huh? Like being all technical, like to the tick and or to the pip and stuff. All right, so if this lifts off, we can go into dollar weakness trades, and we might have something to do that I wasn't planning on doing here. But if we hold and start breaking this short, we could go into dollar weakness trades, right? For a while, we absolutely could. Oh, I don't want to get too excited yet. This could go up here, get slammed, and just continue this trend. But we'll see. All right, we'll see. That, jeez, look at that. That's like a whole day's work right there. All right, so continuing down, dollar weakness, continuing up, dollar weakness. That's going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals and the indices. Really like to see gold get up here and break this, or hold this long, get up there, break the short, whatever it's going to do, just do it to the upside. That would be very cool. Okay, All right, so VIX still has room to pull back. Man, that is straight sideways. All right, so if we see the VIX start this pullback, indices are going to fall until the VIX gets the resistance. All right, this is the gap fill that we're watching. And even this can be tricky, but we're right on top of it. 66.23, that's the Thursday 4 p.m. close. All right, and there's our 10 points above. I guess we might as well put 20 if we're going to do this. 43. Let's see. Oh, no, I had it and then I dropped it. Dang it. Okay. All right. It's like the claw machine. Like you get it and you're bringing it over to drop your stuffed animal down into the thing and then it falls off. I don't know why I thought of that, but yeah, that's what it made me think of it. All right. Okay, so there's 20. So unless something really dramatic happens, we're going to open within 20. Okay, so maybe we can get it to stretch away. Right. Just keep in mind, the VIX does have room, right? Like we've got room to squeeze higher. That doesn't mean it's the indices are bearish. That just means there's room for the VIX to squeeze up and get up there, up into that resistance level. Okay, let's see where the 38.2 is. Just keep an eye on that. All right, so we're at 45, and they're at the 70s. There's the 38.2 at the 70s. Okay, all right. Did you get my claw reference thing, Tamika? Like when you get it and you're like all excited, and then before it gets to the thing where you drop it, it like falls off. That game, I swear. All right, and we're not going to go down that road. We don't have time. All right. Any questions? Anybody? Anything you want to see again? Anything you might have missed? Thank you. I'm glad you caught that, Tamika. All right. Then you're at Chuck E. Cheese. You're swearing out loud because your claw thing dropped. And then it upsets the kids, and then it's a whole thing. So I've heard. All right. Anyway. Yes, it does. The claw's not strong enough. It's like spring loaded, right? And when it goes down around the stuffed animal or whatever you're trying to grab, the springs are so weak, right? That's where they get you. We don't have time. We don't have time to go down this road. But you guys know what I mean. The springs, like in if they just had tines, you could just pick crap up and drop it. But those stupid spring, yeah, it doesn't grasp. I don't know. Anyway, I don't even know how we got there. All right. Anything, guys? Anybody? Remember, we got news at 10, right? News at 10, and then President Trump speaking at 1. Are we getting some volatility here? Or am I just seeing things? No, not really. Okay. All right, everybody good? Very good. You guys are quiet this morning. Starting off the week quiet. All right. Good luck tonight. If you've got, or not tonight, but good luck to Michigan or UConn. You guys got a dog in that fight. Okay. All right. Remember, news at 10. Don't let that sneak up on you. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks,
Tyler,
Aaron.
are you in? Do you have a bracket with Michigan or UConn on it?
No, I do not. I don't
either.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so just watching for entertainment purposes at this point.
Yeah, exactly. All right, everybody, have a great morning. We'll talk to you at noon.
Thanks, Aaron. And guys, we're gonna have Zach on today for live trading. I gotta get my charts up. Apparently, Zach. So a little change up in the schedule today, but we will have Zach on. this morning in trade, so I was getting the charts sorted out there. But so it'll be Zach and I live today. I'm not sure if we have anything. I don't think we have anything going on this afternoon, except for the nooner. So it'll be Zach on to trade live. Then we have Aaron back on for the nooner, and that will be scheduled for today. All right, so don't go anywhere. Zach should be on in about 15 minutes or so, and we will be back to trade live with you guys. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Hope everybody had a awesome weekend and a happy Easter. I know, Zach, I saw you did your first Easter egg hunt
Oh yeah.
over the weekend. My brother-in-law is also Jewish, and we were joking around about that with him as well. He was explaining to me
That's
the
so
Jewish
funny.
tradition, and how they would hide I forget the name of the bread's called, but they wrap it and hide it, and then
Oh
whichever
yeah.
grandkid finds it, you know. But anyway, so yeah, I thought that was funny. But how was your weekend, man? Did you have a good weekend?
It's good. Just relaxed. Honestly, I didn't really do too much, which was good. I wanted to just kind of have a chill weekend, so that's good.
Nice little mental recharge
Oh yeah.
break from the markets here. Well, the markets have
Yeah.
been getting a little spicy here recently. What do you got on your morning watch list today?
Yeah, it has been. And last week was actually the first time in a long time, honestly, where I actually traded some puts on a non like post earnings name, and it got a decent move, but I just never got the follow through that I wanted. So I took a OKLO puts. I took them off of the daily 8 EMA retest. So we kind of had this impulse bar, this kind of rest slash pause bar. And then we got actually the move up, but the rejection. So kind of a failed 1, 2, 3 off the daily 8. So I took shorts here. Immediately opened, was up like 50, 60%, and then kind of got a rally back. And, not getting any weakness on last Thursday kind of made me close these up at like just about even. And I'm like, you know what? As much as I think this goes lower, I think right now this right here is just a good example of how longer term. Obviously I have my post earnings setups, but longer term, it's just a better bet to buy the dips on strong names in market weakness than look for shorts, because even shorts in this market can be tough. Obviously we
Mm-hmm.
got some, but if, let's say we didn't take profit, we're looking for a bigger move, we would have been back to break even within a couple hours there. So kind of back to my, I guess, quote, normal strategy here, just really looking for the strongest names right now and looking to buy the dips, buying some time and just kind of, going through that. Obviously, the market itself is still nowhere near like in the clear, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we do have a lot of strong names that I'm watching. So this was a big miss last week. I was looking at economics. I can honestly see on my chart still, my alert,
Mm-hmm.
and it missed it by like a buck or two, and
Is that
that
the
was my
green
big
arrow
buy.
there?
No, it's this dotted line right here.
Oh, okay,
150,
I got you.
152.5, yeah, and we literally got to like 153.5, so it literally missed it by like a buck. That was my buy the dip off the daily 20. We front ran it a little bit, we got the pop. Now I'm still looking to go long. Obviously, it's a big difference from like 150ish to 200, but I still do think this thing has a lot of room in the tank. Um, I do pull fibs for all-time high plays because for me that's really the best bet in my opinion, and really kind of the only time I do use fibs. But as you see, we kind of did bounce at that golden pocket area, that 707. So it was pretty much as picture perfect as you can get there for that pullback for TSEM. Again, as you can see, I missed my entry by like a buck. And then it did like get a spike down, and it kind of spiked up quickly. So there wasn't really a second option. It was either just wait or take it. So I just decided to wait, missed it on the big gap up, obviously. But now, as long as we can break and hold above these previous week highs, 210 small target, but then the real big target in here is 233. Um, so I really like that setup here. And then there's a couple other names that still look also very strong. And these are the names I'm going to focus on, even if it takes a day or 2 or 3 to get going. This is one that has been on watch for a while, and it finally got the breakout here, Sphere. It's basically gone sideways since the post earnings gap on last earnings in February. Went sideways for about a month and a half. And then on Thursday, got that breakout. So now I'll be looking for dip buys, but I'll be pretty aggressive here because now we can literally just use a 1 bar daily stop, where like this breakout shouldn't fake out here.
Yeah.
So looking for long here, and one thing that I like to do, which it's just kind of a little stupid, so it just gives a good visual for those people who are visuals, maybe trendline people. What I like to do is kind of build the range, right? So it's like, okay, here's the range high, here's the range low, okay. And then what I like to do is just draw a line from the top to the bottom. And this is kind of like measured moves, right? And then what I do from there is I take it and I do clone. So now I have 2 of them. All right. And then what I do is I then grab it and put it to the top of the range, and that is about the measured move. So, it doesn't really matter if it's what way it's pointed, but basically this is the measured move of the breakout of where it should go without, any type of substantial pullback, which is around that 140-ish mark. So that'll be my target roughly for Sphere if we can get entry.
I remember you talking about Sphere, I think maybe 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
somewhere in here. It was one of the days in here, and it kind of just faked out on me,
Mhm.
which is fine. I mean, in my opinion, there wasn't really a clean entry unless you caught this day on Tuesday. But again, the market has been just super thrashy, so it's been tough. Next up here is AEHR. This one I'm looking for a break above the previous month high, like 47s, and then a dip to this 45 level area. Huge daily bar on Friday, so it very well could be a pause bar. I'd also be open to buying an hourly EMA retest of some sort. So either a retest of level or a retest of the hourly EMAs. I might take some here and then maybe leave room to go lower, depending on what the day brings here, right? And then next up I have, this is kind of just like a sector-wide play, Lunar, PL, ASTS, all of these space stocks look really good. Lunar and PL are my two favorite, basically the same setups. Lunar looking for above last week high, PL looking for above last week high. Both of these plays look really, really solid. PL looking for 40, Lunar looking for 26.7s, and then up towards 30. So both very, very, very solid setups. And then the last one here is in Costco. This one might be a little bit more funky, but the daily flipped, the weekly ended up being a nice buy setup. Monthly is still within last month range, but potentially a monthly 1, 2, 3s as soon as we break that last month high. And then really up towards like 1050 to 1060. And this has been going sideways pretty much for the whole year so far, but really for the last few months. So definitely like this setup here. Above like 1017 will be the entry. You could wait for above 1021s and then buy a retest, or just be aggressive on 1017. So we do have some names I'm watching. And then again, if I'm looking to take shorts, as per usual, I'll just stick with the market, or gold or silver or something of that nature. And that's
Gotcha. So if you were to short anything, you would do the indices, not on any individual names.
Yeah, for sure.
Word. Sounds good. Well, I like it. Thanks for the breakdown. Appreciate it as always.
Oh, yeah. And I would say the only other thing I'll add, just talking about the indices and futures for a moment, is that NQ is getting a little gap. ES is opening pretty much flat. As of right now, it's literally flat. RTY and Dow up a little bit as well, but definitely a bit interesting that NQ is getting enough gap to notice. Well, ES is pretty much completely flat. The Russell is probably the best looking index out of everything, but I would like it to maybe close today strong or like break above 25.58s and then look for the long. Dow probably won't take anything in there. And then silver and gold, I'm looking to short pops. I'm also open to just like shorting underneath level, but we'll let it open up. We'll wait and see. Had a pretty wide range on Thursday. And then I'm not really going to look at oil. I think oil kind of had its moment for me. I am looking for like a bigger picture short on USO, but that's kind of a lower priority play for me. We haven't really tested the daily 20 in a while. Looking at the weekly, we're pretty extended. We are breaking out of this multi-year base, right? This is a 3-4 year base or so. So it makes sense to get this move. We basically went from 81 to 140 in like less than a month and a half, which is a crazy move, right? If you look at the monthly like this. So I'm looking personally for a little bit more. If we get up to like 160s, 170s, if we do get that push, I think that'll be a great short. But if I miss it in the kind of in between, it is what it is. So that'll probably line up roughly with like 125 on CL. I guess somewhere in here. So we shall see.
All right, guys. Well, we have like 7 minutes here until market open. I think we have some data at 10 a.m.
Okay. Do we have data? I didn't even look on this yet.
I think Aaron said there's something at 10. Let me double check.
Yeah, ISM it seems.
Yeah.
We don't always get a reaction, but you know, it's good to note. I think I mentioned it before. I had a conference that I went to with Moo in December, and they said that the worst time to enter a trade is a minute before and a minute after 10 a.m. Eastern time, regardless of data, because they said because there's typically data often at 10 a.m. And it's also like you know the ETH first hourly close. There's a lot of like variables that come into play. So the guy from the board basically said that these futures market makers widen their spreads like at all times. Doesn't matter if there's data or not. So they said the worst time is a minute before, a minute after, specifically 30 seconds before and after. So I just typically
the spreads get bad. Yeah,
exactly. They just purposely widen it just to kind of combat
for
any
like
potential
those like 2 minutes or whatever. Interesting.
Exactly. So I just have since then I've gotten in a habit where if I'm not in a trade, I just wait regardless if there's data or not.
Yeah.
If I'm in a trade, obviously I can maybe move the stop or whatever size down. But you know I'm always aware of that ever since he said it.
Yeah, it's definitely good to know.
Yeah.
You have mentioned that before, but yeah, it's one of those things that it's good to repeat for anybody new watching and just to remind a reminder for myself.
But also one thing I'll say too, guys, is you can see, like, if you look at all the daily charts, besides maybe Costco, all the stocks that I'm watching right now had really big bars on Thursday. And like there are other names too that like had decent bars, but they're still in a downtrend. So like Rocket Lab, like Hood, these names got decent moves, but these are ones that are already in an uptrend, already some of the leaders, right? Where again, these could just be shorting the pop. Where if I'm gonna be in drawdown, I want it to be on a name that's super strong, kind of a leader, in an uptrend. I don't want to be in drawdown on a downtrending name, right? Inversely, I don't want to try to short a name that did get a big pop because now it's like looking at OKLO, maybe this builds out a bit more. Maybe it allows the daily 20 EMA to catch up before the next leg lower for a bear flag, right? Or maybe this is just the low. So there's a lot of factors that can come into play. And the one thing I think that, if anything, that Q1 taught me of this year is to, even when you're confident in something, even when you're playing, the higher time frames, buying a lot of time, still be very, very picky with your entries and like still keep, a relatively tight leash when the trade's working, because anything can happen at any time, right? There's a lot of trades that looked great that were just not getting followed through. There are a lot of trades that looked great that just got nothing off the jump. And it's just really a good reminder that the market doesn't owe you anything on any setup, right? And so that's one thing that I'm going to be implementing. I mean, not that I wasn't already, but even more strict with entries, right? Where if it's something like AEHR, right? As much as I love it, and I think it could maybe just dip 45s and rip, right? If I take the entry off 45s, it'll be a smaller size, leaving room to add if it does go lower, rather than spend a bigger portion here. And then if I'm in drawdown, don't have as much room. So just really, really being picky, really being precise with entry. And, really, the biggest thing I saw too is, I forgot the quote exactly, but, I've always said that a swing trade, for the most part, unless you're entering at the close, the swing trade has to survive as a day trade, right? So one thing I'm going to try to do, unless I'm entering end of day, is, if I'm not seeing what I like, size down a bit. If I'm not seeing what I like, if I'm not in, already some cushion, size down a bit. Because I'd rather give up unrealized profit than, be in drawdown and you get crushed. So we shall see.
Very good points there. We got about 2 minutes, 10 seconds here to market open. I think we have a Trump press conference this afternoon at 1 o'clock as well.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe we can get some calls and he can announce the end of the war and pump us to the moon. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have like what it takes right now to put the bottom in, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but again, it's still too early to tell, and that's the thing is you're not going to know when the bottom is, right? So that's partially why I'm leaning the way I'm leaning, because I would rather, like I said, get stuck on a long and draw down or even stop out than on an option short that, you know, maybe is the short term bottom, even if it's one of the weaker names. So
Yeah, I think I agree with that statement for sure.
all right, we're about to open up here. So I would say at open, the main one would be watching the TSCM and maybe Sphere, and then I think the rest Costco, um, Lunar, AHR, need a little bit more. Ooh, getting a little dump there on that thing.
Yeah, a little pullback here right before open. 10 seconds here. Back into we're into Friday's high here.
You're pretty much right there. Yes, is
Apologies if that was loud. I didn't realize how loud my volume was. And a little push out of the gate here. Looks like Fuzz has got the space stocks on watch. A little UFO action.
Costco at that level.
Nice strength here on the indices.
Just got an alert on 5 there. Just one I've been watching as well here over this previous all-time high. So I keep an eye on that for a moment.
NQ is right at the area where it rejected Thursday of last week after two days of bigger moves up. So we'll see here if we can break out of this. NQ with a little relative strength here. It's well above its Friday's high to where ES is not. Still a little ways below its high on Friday.
So Costco got the reject there.
Yeah, NQ just tested above last week's high. Thursday. ES rejecting all the way back to its open. Dow rejecting below its open right there.
So guys, what I'm going to do is, if I have an alert set for this previous 5-minute high, which if we look, just broke the actually did not quite break the all-time high. Yeah, never mind. But basically, if we break this open, we should break the previous all-time high around 238. If we do that, I'm going to take some calls, probably May calls for 5. Really good looking chart there. All right, there's the break. I guess I'm likely going to take some calls if we just can hold over this. May, let's see what these look like. May, they're a little spready, not terribly. Honestly, the next week's could be valid as well.
Keeping an eye on some QQQ. Tried a couple 590 calls on QQQ.
They're spready. Look at the next week calls, guys, because these are a bit spready here on 5. Look at the next week 250s. Next week 250s. Ooh, big reject.
Mm-hmm. RTY is still holding up pretty solid. And Q erasing this previous 5-minute bar here.
I guess I took some of the 5s. This is about a 3/4 position size for me. I'm willing to add if it goes lower, but I took some 5. I got through a 3-1 on the next week 250s. So basically, the reason taking the trade again, guys, we just broke the previous all-time high, which is from 2021. We just broke this little, weekly 1, 2, 3, the monthly highs. So we broke all these previous highs. We broke the first 5-minute high of the day, and Q did just get a crazy pullback there, about 100-something points. But if this holds, then I like this. The May cons were just a little spready for my liking, so. Morning, Ethan.
Thank you. Looking like it may want to come fill the gap first. We'll see. Sitting at the open here, both ES and NQ. Opening print hold here so far. Mm-hmm. 10 minutes into market open here. 10 minutes into the week. So no need to panic and rush into anything if you're not. What did you end up entering, Zach?
Took some calls in 5.
5, okay. 5.
Yes. So I took.
Well, I'm
next week 250s.
My kids love that stupid store, so I'm a supporter of these longs financially.
But for the kids.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so we broke the previous all-time high, like I said, from 2021. Broke last month high. This is still part of the PEG. We had the nice move from a couple weeks ago. I think I actually might have been on. I wasn't on stream for that. And yeah, I mean, I don't love. I wish there was like a 3 or 4 week out play we could have done, but the cons were just a little too spready and expensive for the May, so opted against that.
Good morning, Ethan. What's up, dude? How's your weekend? All right. We got about 2.5 minutes till we get our first 15-minute close here. Tick is stable.
AEHR is moving, Sphere's also moving, but I'm gonna wait a moment. I still like him, but I want to give it a second. I mean, it's been 15 minutes and it feels like an hour. Because how volatile bars have been.
Yeah, just kind of ranging here.
I ideally would like to see 5 continue to push a bit more before taking any other trade, but I still do like AEHR and Sphere, like I said. So
Come on, baby, pump it.
this is the spot that we could dip by TSEM as well, but it could also go lower to 186s. So just give it a second.
Still holding the Q calls. We're down like 6% here. So basically break even.
And Q just made a new high.
Mm-hmm. Quickly getting a little rejection.
Five might want that pullback to the hourly 8. If we get the pullback to the hourly 8, I'm probably going to add to that to full, and the stop will just be underneath the lows there, around like 226s.
This morning you said something about a specific name being a tank. Then we also have Frank, who likes to come on and tune in. So
Yeah.
we need a Frank the Tank button. Frank.
Oh, yeah.
Getting it ready over here.
Where's that 5? Get to the hourly 8. I'm not going to buy it directly, but I'm going to give it a moment. Once we get into the failure to go lower, I'll take the ad.
I'd like to see NQ come get above its pre-market high here. Another 30 points.
The AEHR worked nice, but dip tag level over the opening high. Now breaking. Probably can run to that 52s, but need to pull back entry now. Took 5. Yeah, this is just kind of what I was saying earlier in the pre-market, and just kind of the last like couple of months is like, we had like 5-6 names on watch, right? Sphere is getting a little bit of a move, but maybe like one immediately works. It really is a stock picker's market, and at the time, 5, AEHR, and Sphere all look the same. TSEM, not as much, but you have like 3 names all kind of look the same. Only one is really getting that follow through now with the market. So, excuse me, which is a nice move. 45 to almost 49s here.
NQ, the only index that just made a new high. Just popped above pre-market high there.
Jeez, AEHR mooning.
Gotta get the rest of the indices joining the party here.
I'd love to see, just for overall market sentiment here, the Russell break 2560s. If you look at the daily, I'm just going to throw it up real quick. If you look at this Russell daily, the RTY, right? I'm just going to turn off everything just so you can, well, actually, I'm going to keep the level so you can see, I guess. But 2558, 2553, sixes. We could see all these times we've tested this area. You know, rejected initially, kind of here, here, 4 times here. Now we're on day 4 here. You know, it's been about a dozen times we've tried to break this 2560, right? The daily EMAs are probably going to flip above that, which for me would signify at least a short to midterm, if not longer, bottom, because the Russell is typically the biggest indicator for risk on, risk off. So again, 2558, and I don't even care if I missed a move from like here to there, because I know just for the overall market, if the Russell breaks above here, it should send us higher, whether it's today, tomorrow, this week, this month. But that's what I want to see. I would love if it happens today, but you know, I'm just gonna limit the expectations. AEHR be open to the first 5-minute pullback if it's not like crazy. If it's at like $50, probably not. But 5 to get that failure to go lower now at the opening print. So again, I'm just gonna give it a little bit. I'm not in a rush to add to full because, like I said, if it's just like a 3/4 size position, I'm fine with it just being that. So we'll see.
$25 in the market open here. We got the what is it? ISM something. The data coming out at 10 o'clock. So about 4 minutes here.
We got 4 minutes. Really nothing from the gold and silver front. Kind of, you know, got an initial little reject from the hourly EMAs, but it's really done nothing. Gold a little bit of a pop, but silver pretty much flat. I'm open to longs here on a 2-minute consolidation pullback on NQ or ES, truthfully, but I'm going to wait for 10 a.m. because it's already 3 minutes away, so just in case. I may join out. It's like if we can get a quick spike back down to 2340s, back up, we may have room to. We have like a lot of targets above, but definitely 24,480, so about like 100 points away. That's also the weekly 8, so if we burst through that, the big target would be 24,860s. Probably not today, but maybe next day or two. Maybe today, who knows? I would seem crazier.
VIX actively making new lows here. ES finally into the Friday's high for it.
Yeah, we're about to get there on SPY. 10 cents away. I have a crazy concept too.
Okay, hit me with it.
It's for this ticker light. This is another one of the strongest names out there. We're kind of back testing this previous all-time high area. We saw a $100 plus move on Thursday. I'm thinking again, this would be very contingent on like the war ending, but I'm looking now if we can get to 1,000, which is a crazy number, right? But it's really just like 2 big days back to back stacked. The $990,000 call spreads are like $40 or like $30 or something like that. So that would be like a 20 3x essentially if this thing moves 20% this week, which is again a crazy move, but we do have whatever Trump's going to say looming.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I was just looking at
the
spreads.
potential for the pump or dump is there for sure.
Yeah. So it's like, to take advantage of potentially, a pump. I'm just keeping the back of my mind. I want to throw in some lottos. Figure you buy, 10 spreads for $400. If it hits, it'll be like 9,500 or 9,600. Could be worth a lotto.
Lotto. Give me a pump candle right now. One big pump candle.
Yes, if I miss my entry, at least you're pumping. So it's a win-win. There's SPY as well, just tagged the previous or Thursday high. ES was above it, but SPY was not.
So. Data seems to be giving us a little volatility here. QQQ made a new high. We're getting a little rejection. All right. Oh, baby. There we go. You're telling me that didn't fill my trim? That's annoying. How did that not fucking fill me? That's so... I had trim set at 220 and the cons hit 209 on that pop and then faded.
What was the entry?
I think I'm 156.
Solid.
Yes, that's a bummer.
Able to potentially get this level 5-minute E tag and bounce. I'm watching that for myself. Selfishly, but
no, you're yeah. I trust it. It's all good. It's all good. Just would have loved to get the trim off there a little.
Yeah.
Make it a little more risk free here. But all right. So what do we got? So it came in at 56.1. Okay, 54.
All right, we're getting that little bit of a dip. This is where I'm going to watch go long. Just got about to that level there.
like it, but it is a harsh reject.
Mm-hmm.
This spots. Could pull back to the 5-minute 20, which is my worry, which is an open print.
So I'm not going to take it direct here. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a failure to go lower, but I do like this spot right here, guys. Damn, that AE chart does not care about the market. Crazy. NQ just dumped 130 points and it's popping.
Yeah.
It's not going to give me my pullback. Damn, new highs. Jeez. Damn. Yeah, AHR now probably no entry, unfortunately. Made new highs, barely pulled back, didn't even quite get to the 5-minute 8. So at this point, I think it's a no-go, unfortunately.
That's an ugly 5-minute bar in the RTY.
Yeah, everything's pretty ugly.
From new highs on the day to new lows on the day.
Wow. AEHR as the market dropped 150 points, just rallied like 3%. Crazy.
Jeez.
But again, it's stock pickers market, right? Like everything else dropping, and this just happens to be the one going up. So it is what it is. Trying to like hold right above the open, but obviously reject Qs, ES, everything rejected from above.
The Dow honestly holding up the best, looks like. RTY, the only index underneath it's open.
Silver and gold too, also rejecting, but I don't really think there's anything there. Again, with that 10 a.m., you either take the trade or you don't. I just didn't want to take any shorts or anything on silver. S5 is about to close. I mean, the 15 has a chance to salvage itself.
Yeah.
Right now, it's basically a 15-minute 8 tag through time. So if we can close above like 340s, it's not terrible there.
Great looking. Okay, 5-minute close, but then quick.
Yeah, the AHR is definitely a bit of a miss. Had the entry third 5-minute bar of the day, but I literally took 5 at the same time. Oh well.
It's not giving it up yet.
We're trying, like I said, if we can get this 5-minute close, if we get a 5-minute close on 42s, I think that would be great. Still tricky because of how nasty that 5 is, but So what I'd be thinking now is, at least for me, my entry. 5-minute close over 42s, stop to be under the opening print. So it would be wide, it'd be like 80 points, but you make size a little small, you can get to that spike high. R to R is definitely there, targeting like 90-ish points, 80, 90, I mean even 1-to-1 solid. Then above that, like 140 points, so almost 2-to-1. Damn, that AHR is going to haunt me, I think.
Don't let it get to you.
I know. Good news is, though, as I'm sitting here, I got approved for Alpha Futures payouts. That's pretty solid.
That's always a good feeling.
Yes.
Makes you feel like you don't gotta force anything.
Yes, it's always, even with the like reputable firms, I always just still get worried.
Never know.
Until it until it hits my bank. You just because actually once with Alpha, I'm not gonna lie. Well, it wasn't like their fault, but I got denied because like by accident for like 30 seconds I was long and short, like MNQ,
Yeah.
or something like, or NQ, MNQ, whatever happened. Like I had an open order and I didn't realize, and I was like long and short, so it like took away the profits for the day, which is fine. You know, I was able to still get a payout after, but you know, obviously, like I don't know when that happens. So, all right, guys, watching here. Actually, there's still 30 seconds left, but yes, still watching here.
Dow looks like it wants to go make new highs here. RTY back above its open. Yes, bouncing a little stronger than NQ here.
So probably go a couple micros here if we do take entry, around like 46-ish.
Just got the 15-minute close.
Looking at 46 for an entry. I still have an order open at 46 for a long.
I wish this Trump press conference was at like 11, just to get it out of the way.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm gonna keep this 46 open for like the next 2-minute bar. If it doesn't, then I'm not gonna take it. I think I am gonna take some of these lights though as a lotto. Complete lotto size, but again, it's just more so just based on if Trump sends us to the moon. All right, I just took some guys of the light. Again, complete lotto. I'm literally grabbing like a dozen or so. I filled at 0.35. So the $990,000 call spreads. Again, complete lotto. Just solely based on if Trump sends us or not. The 410.
Fixed did tag new lows there. Give us new highs.
All right. I'm going to adjust my order slightly to 50 here. See if I can get the fill. Snag a dip. I still have it open. I'm going to give it this 2-minute bar. If it doesn't get filled right here, then no. Or I'm going to cancel the order, I should say. Stops at 66. Okay, got filled there. Wow, this AEHR is absolutely insane. I gotta get this off my screen. All right, so I just wanted the 2-minute pullback there. So we got the 2-minute pullback. Again, if we don't, I mean, I could probably tighten these up. Stops at 66 is basically the previous high. Boom. Oops. All right, so basically to the level, it's about 1-to-1 R. And I'm going to tighten this up if we can get just basically some type of 2-minute bounce. It's just like worst case scenario, what happens if we don't hold? What I'm going to do is instead of take, if we can get an immediate spike to like 90, take off at like 40 points, just take a trim. So, because if we can get to like, let's just say, yeah, 90. So I'll try to take some off for like 40 points if we can get there.
We got 10 minutes to the first hourly close.
I would love to take a trim before the hourly close, but we'll see. And then what I'm probably going to do, if this two after like this bar and then one more 2-minute bar, I'll probably raise the stop a little bit. Because the stop was very wide. It was just basically like, okay, if I'm trying to catch, the 2-minute pullback like precisely and just knifes, how much am I willing to risk? So. All right, guys, got the fill there.
There we go.
Just took a little off there, 40 points, just to de-risk a little bit. Now we'll move the stop up a little, not to break even, but I will move it up. See to where I'll move the stop to 90. $290. Don't get confused with 390. All right, solid. And again, I just eyeball this stuff, but it's like basically for me, it's like, okay, where could/should a potential lower high form? And again, you can use fibs. I just did it just to kind of have some kind of confluence, but it's like you basically just draw a short from the previous high to the previous low, and this is kind of the inverse GP area, right? This general area is where the lower high could form. I'm hoping we don't form a lower high and just rip higher, obviously, right? But that's why I did take the trim there. So, and now again, the stop is raised to 90.
Zach, I'll be right back. I just gotta step away for a minute.
No problem. Probably actually even tighten it even more, to be honest with you, because it probably shouldn't even dip down that deep. Yeah, let's put the stop now at 315. It probably shouldn't break level, so. Next trim I'll look to take around like a 1-to-1, so around like here, around like 10 or so, and then I'll probably close if we can. Well, I'll see how we react to 30s. It is crazy, this play here. I mean, again, I've been saying it, and it just is tough, and there's really no way to go about it. But like, it's just a stock picker's market, right? We had kind of similar setups, similar type of candle looks, and AEHR just put in a 15% day, right? Where the other names aren't even really working at all. Sphere is kind of hanging in there, but we take AEHR instead of 5 or instead of something else, and you have a great day instead of just sitting here with some futures gains. So it's it's tough. It is what it is. But again, that's why, it could be the inverse, right? It could be you have a bunch of things that look good and they all fail, right? So at least you have the right idea. So this 5-minute bar is also the hourly close. So I want to see how this 15-minute looks. Again, if it should not get back underneath the level here. So I'm leaving the stop here pretty tight, relatively speaking. So if this does hit, it'll be like a small red trade, like tiny red. I'm just giving it enough opportunity. I want to see if it can hold the 5-minute pullback, right? If it looks like bad, I might just close in full. But it does need a bouncing right in this area, though. You can almost, if you want, add back the trims, but I'm not going to. But I can see the justification for it, but I'm not going to, like I said. See on those, you could have just gotten a quick 20, but again, there's a time and place to do that. Right now, with the hourly close coming in 2 minutes with the volatility, I don't want to just throw anything at risk, because again, if I were to add and then hit the stop, now it's like a normal size now instead of just basically break even, but still red. Because it took a trim for 40 on some, and then we'd stop out for the main at 35. So I took a trim on less, then I still have the main. So again, even though the trim was more than the stop, point wise, it would still be an L. But this also just goes to show, guys, how my overall thoughts with futures, the market's not linear. Again, it's a lot more moving parts, but let's just say you close in full, right? You could close in full, bought back another 25 points. That's too much moving parts for me to do that full, but that's why I always do take the trims when I do, because if you can get immediate points, you're not always guaranteed, right? So for me, it's just it keeps me consistent, keeps me steady. Knowing that, okay, if we have, let's just say here, 100 points, or let's call it 90 points of room to operate, I don't have to capture all 90. I can capture 42 different times, 32 different times, right, to make it a good trade. And it's also just easier that way, in my opinion, because boom, if you take that 5-minute 8 retest, there's 25, 30-ish points depending on fill. Again, I didn't add, but I said that's where you're supposed to add if you're gonna. But if this was like a second trade of the day, or maybe just like a later in the week with some cushion, I see the justification. But hourly close in a minute. You can almost see on the same bar. Like, let's just go to like the 15-second here. I'm just going to show you the 15-second. I don't never use this chart, but like you literally could have added at 50s, right? Sold it at 80s. If you wanted to, in theory, rebought it at 55s, sold at 81. So you literally could have gotten 35. You know, again, you have to be quick buying the 5-minute 8, but you could have literally gotten 30 points here, 25 points here, and you're back here still in profit on the remaining. Just you know, again, I never used that chart, but just more so to show you the details. That's how my brain thinks. My brain thinks in the 15-second chart, but I don't ever use it. See how the hourly close looking. Nothing crazy. Cost doesn't look terrible. All right, guys, that's the hourly close right there. I'd like to see an immediate break here because, again, this is it's a 15-minute inside bar. Again, it shouldn't go lower. It could, and I'm okay if I get stopped from that, but it shouldn't. So I would love it to break this previous 15-minute high early. If we break this 91 within this 5-minute bar, I'm pretty confident we can go up to these take profits up here. If we break the 15-minute high and we get a really ugly candle, I'll probably close. But again, I would love to just see this happen on this 5-minute bar over here.
Yeah, Ethan, I'm still holding a little bit. I actually had 2 different strikes. I'm green on one, a little red on the other. Bank made new highs. Dow made new highs.
Just need this NQ to break these highs. Come on.
Yeah, we do.
I'm going to get a Clementine real quick. Usually when I get a Clementine, things work.
That's it. Pineapple worked last week, so you got some of that laying around. Come on. Come on, baby. That's a bummer. Looked good, like it might want to pop, but right back into this little 2-minute range we have going.
We tried.
I know.
We got a point away from breaking the 5-minute 8 retest. While you were gone, I was just saying how, you know, my thought process always with futures is just like take entry, exit, or trim, take re-entry, because, you know, even if we do take profit, you could have had like 3 or 4 different entries where you could have taken, you know, 20, 25, 30 points.
Yeah.
And, you know, that adds up over time. Obviously, it's a lot more work, a lot more management needed to be done. But, you know, for the most part, things don't typically move in a straight line. You know, obviously you have the bar like we had at 10 a.m. where we drop 100-something points just straight. But more often than not, that's, you know, not.
Yeah, and trying to time those bars, it's not that.
Yeah, exactly. So now if we get a 5-minute ugly close, I would consider just closing this personally here, and then, because I think it could be the lower high. Still holding. Definitely more a tight leash now, but still holding. There you go, Frank.
Frank the Tank. Frank the Tank. Oh, Frank, look, we got a button for you. Let's go, Frank the Tank. Frank. Let's go, baby. Love to hear it.
So now we had this 2-minute ugly bar trying to bounce, right? We've had a couple of ugly bars that tried to bounce, it didn't get follow through. So now I'm not gonna like move my stop. My hard stop is still at 315, but I also would like to keep this straight green if possible. So if we get like an ugly 5-minute bar, or 2-minute, I would consider closing and just looking for a reentry because in my opinion, we probably, because we were that close, we probably should have broken out.
Mm-hmm.
So now if we, well, I'm hoping we hold, but
yeah, I'm
if we
hoping you're
don't
speaking
hold-
it into fruition right now.
Exactly. If we don't hold this, basically where the entry is, which is the 5-minute 8, then I don't think I want to continue to hold because I think we have a likely chance of dipping lower. But for now, hold.
Once again, the 2-minute pot back up to that area and got
Yep.
it's back down.
Mm-hmm. Just because, again, this is the area, just being blunt, where the lower high could form.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping it doesn't, but I'm just like aware that that is the spot. I don't love that 2-minute bar. Don't love it.
Yeah, but a little spike underneath it that holds, it makes it look not as bad.
That AEHR is just about a target here, which is insane. 45 to 52. Unbelievable move. Oh my god, man.
Jeez, that did pump.
To get a move like that on like a non-post earnings, like, it's crazy.
See you, Frank. Good luck with the taxes.
We give it the opportunity to bounce here.
Yeah, I'm kind of finger on the trigger here as well, waiting to see how this maybe 5-minute closes.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna wait for the 5. I don't think I'm just gonna wait for the 2 because again, for me, I'd rather just enter a little bit higher than get stuck. So ugly 2-minute, I'm just gonna close. Decent enough to keep holding. I don't love it, but it's decent enough.
I don't love it, but I can live with it. Now pop.
Oh,
Now pop. Now pop. Now pop. Is that a little news coming in here?
I don't know. Kind of scared.
It's not ideal. It looked like it might flip it, but now we're just looking ugly.
Yeah, stop just got filled there at 15. So tiny red.
Maybe just range until this press conference, unless this failure dumps us lower.
Oh well. Oh well.
like all the way back into the opening print here.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly.
Iran rejects ceasefire. That's what Fuzz just posted.
Lovely. Sounds about right.
Well, apparently, ceasefire rejection can't even break the range we got going on today.
Yeah. Probably post like an inside hourly bar at this point now, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe does something, but I'm just pissed that I missed that AEHR, man. Just
Yeah, that's a bummer.
been not quite in the groove I'm typically in when trading options. I mean, the post earnings trades when I do get them are good. Just they've been very, rare because we haven't been having as many. But again, something like this, I was just saying when I got, it's like there's no, in my opinion, like rhyme or reason. Again, we look at a bunch of stock setups that look the same. One works over another. It kind of that's just kind of the name of the market right now. It's a stock pickers market, but then even a pick your stock pickers market. So maybe there's news or something. No, just rip or move. A little bit lower on TSM, it could be a dip buy. 5, I need to see back above the opening print. So from the option standpoint, probably not going to do a whole lot more. It needs to kind of play out first a little bit more. AEHR, no good. Cost needs above the opening highs. Sphere, probably going to hold off on. TSEM needs a little bit lower. And then I took a small lotto in light as well. Trump for tomorrow. I believe he speaks. Well, maybe every day. I don't even know.
Another rejection here.
Yeah, I'm thinking just range the next hour at this point. We should have broken that. If we're going to trend, the trend should have pushed that higher. And that's why, just these small like details, which like sometimes, I feel like I'm overthinking.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I'm overthinking it, but also at the same time, I've seen enough screen time where it's like just the fact that we got, to a point beneath that 15-minute high and rejected, right? Again, we had that really big bar, which again, it is what it is. But, that small little detail where we didn't make the new high and then kind of rejected lower, it wasn't invalid. It just like shouldn't have done that, in my opinion. So that was enough for me to want to close. I didn't end up closing, but just good to know. You get back to that opening print area.
Yeah, this tag, NQ's tag, QQQ's tag. Yeah, I'm gonna just call it there, I think.
Yeah, just watching. I think everything that I need option wise will take time. Futures wise, probably gonna hold off. So let's see. I doubt we'll get anything, but we shall see.
Yes, holding up a little bit better than Q's.
Just trying.
Ugh. Opening print, trying to hold on Q's here again.
Just trying.
I mean, would not be surprised to see us hold the low ends of this range here and continue to stay inside into this afternoon here.
Yeah.
We shall see.
If we get back above 42, so he could look for the long again. But like, again, at this point, what makes you believe we're going to get the pop? It just seems more likely we get range. So
Mm-hmm.
See. One second.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you go.
We kind of got to that hourly 20 on TSEM, but the markets are just weak. So
Reminder, guys, we do have Aaron coming up at 12 o'clock with his nooner, breaking down this morning's action across all the different asset classes. Does look like VIX is heading back down to his lows, and Bank is holding up pretty decent. Loans on the YM don't look terrible. It held up pretty nicely here. Rangy, rangy, rangy.
days like this, and honestly, weeks like this, make me remember the times where I would just like, all right, let's open a swing trade. Okay, next day, sell for 100%. All right, we're done. See you tomorrow. I just hate the New York. I mean, honestly, like I've been I was saying this to one of my masterminds the other day. I've been having so much success trading the overnight session, but like the thing is, when I do that, I just like want to be locked in and like just like trade myself. I don't necessarily want to like stream.
Yeah.
And it's like I haven't really been liking. I mean, the success has still been solid during the New York session, but I haven't been liking the action as much. And like that's the session that like I need to talk about and stream and signal.
Yeah.
So it's like funny because like I could do the opposite, but it's like, you know, sometimes when I'm trading the overnights, I'm like playing video games.
Yeah, it's like chill. Yeah, for sure.
Because unless we get like a news bomb, right? For the most part, it's not as volatile.
It's like slower,
It's
yeah,
still,
slower price action.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's still volatile enough though to get moves.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's not.
You almost have to hold them for longer sometimes, where it's like, you know what I mean? You
Yes,
put on a
and, like,
position and hold it for a few hours.
So like for me, right? Like, you know, on NQ, I'll look for 40, 50 points, right? I know like, you know, to some that's a lot, to some it's not a lot. For me, that's a good amount, right? But like in the overnight session, 40 points in the NQ might take 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. So like I'm less worried about being in a position getting a death drop or something, right? Where I'm more so okay, just like holding with a hard stop, hard take profit, and just letting it do its thing. If I get stop punted on a wick or something, you know, it is what it is. It's going to happen. But the reject there.
Yeah. Another rejection. I'm just not convinced we fully get like a breakdown either. Lean more towards range.
Yeah. I'm like pretty much done with like my futures accounts. Finished pretty much majority last night in the overnight session I was mentioning, and traded a couple in the pre-market. And I had like one I could do some stuff with, but I'm like, do I really want to? Did you hear about that prop firm that I opened up over the weekend or something?
I just yeah, so I just saw people talking about like a bunch of people talking about them, but I didn't really see much of that content, but I wasn't on social media all that much over the weekend.
It's
like I didn't look into their rules or anything like that.
So basically, long story short, it's pretty much like trading meets gambling.
Okay.
So because like in theory people say, oh, trading's gambling, but like no, like so basically the thought process of for them is they're basically acting as like the house,
Okay.
right? So basically, their concept is they're like you as a trader, or like it's you versus you slash you versus the market, right? Their business model is it's still you versus you slash you versus the market, but like you're also now pinned up against other people. So the best way to describe it is it's almost like their entire business model is run like if you remember the Tradeify Grand Cup.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a tournament.
So essentially, yes, basically it's like a poker tournament. So basically what happens is there's like two steps. You get automatically sent to sim funded, and you can like I think you can get a payout of like under 2K, but if you make over 2K, you get sent to their live. However, their live is like not really live. It's like kind of live.
Okay.
It's confusing. But the point is that you now don't trade as if it's a live account. Like, okay, you can take out profits. You're now, let's just say there's 500 people in there, right? You're basically in a pot, and there's a prize pool. So you not only have to make profit, you have to make more profit than other people. So like there's a world perhaps where you make $10,000 profit, but you actually can't take anything out because maybe there's 20 people that also made over 10,000.
Yeah, it sounds like a giant waste of time. Like
Yeah,
I would never want to like put my hard-earned trades into that and then just lose because somebody else size bigger than you or whatever.
Exactly. So that's why it's basically like the Grand Cup. Because again, there is a world where you make 20K, but maybe the top prize is no, it's like $200, I think, for an account.
Yeah, that's crazy.
If I actually was going to look into it, and I said if it was like I figured they'd be like $50 to $75, even like $90. If it was under 100, I'd be interested. But the fact they were 200, I'm like, okay, I don't think that's worth it.
I guess it like if you wanted like if you were interested in the clout of like being able to post and say you were like the leader or whatever, maybe. But like,
but also like the biggest thing, based on my understanding, is it doesn't make sense if the pot sizes aren't huge because it's like let's just say the pot's like 80K and it gets dispersed, right? Let's just say top prize, I don't know, I'm just making this up, it's like 30K, right? If you have to make like 15 to 20K and then to make 30K, which again, like you're actually going to make more than what your profit is. But there's a world where someone makes $7,000 or $6,000 and gets zero.
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like it totally takes away from like risk management and actual good trading habits, and it just encourages you to full port, and hopefully you go on a hot streak. You're the one who gets on a heater.
Exactly, and that's why it's basically like the Grand Cup, which again, the Tradeify Grand Cup's a great concept. It's like to have fun as another thing, competition, but to have a business. I mean, again, it makes sense because like there's basically no way they can fail because they're basically taking 20% of everyone's fees and they're putting it like aside, and then they're taking the rest of the fees and they're putting it in this pot. So hypothetically, they can't ever go under. It's like the house, right? The only way I think would be because they're basically it's like if you make under 2K, you can actually take a payout. But if you make over, they move you to live. It would just be if like everybody
just under 2K,
exactly. Based on my understanding, it's a very crazy concept to kind of wrap your head around. But again, I think the consensus for me, truthfully, like you said, is it seems to be a waste of time unless there's a world down the line where the pot's $1 million. So let's say the top prize is 500K. Maybe it's worth doing a couple counts, YOLOing them, trying to make 50K to make 500, whatever. Right? Maybe that's worth it. Even then, I don't know. But,
it's interesting, but that's wild. I did see people talk about. I did not realize it was that wild of a model.
Yeah, it is definitely wild. So,
is it the dude which was the one? Some dude named Scott was running it, and they like fell apart pretty quickly. Yes. Is he the one who started this one?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. That's like another reason why it's like what?
Yeah.
The ownership has already shown that they're not,
Yeah. I mean,
who knows?
If it smells like a fish and looks like a fish, it's probably a fish, right? So it's like, for me, it's worth it. Like for me personally, it's worth a try just to like be able to like explain it and like, okay, here's my experience. But, like, If I was somebody else like just starting out, like, no,
definitely not the route to go. Yeah.
No, exactly. Definitely not. Especially because it's like, you know, as it is, the space is so competitive right now and there's so many options. So it's like, you know, the main focus is getting a payout. This is like almost the opposite. It's like you can even do well and still not get a payout. So it's
Yeah, yeah.
but I don't know. Probably gonna hop off in a couple minutes here. I got a call in a little. I'm gonna get ready for. I don't think I'm gonna do anything else.
Yeah. I don't think there's much else to do either. And so we maybe, if we start to break out of this range one way or the other, maybe look to do something this afternoon with the, kind of post press conference or something like that. If the market picks a direction, we can just wrap it there for today. And like I said, we'll be back at 12 o'clock with Aaron for the nooner, breaking down this morning's action here. So make sure you guys tune back in for that, see what Aaron has to say. Zach, thanks for coming on today, man. We'll talk to you later this week, I'm sure.
Yes, I'll catch you guys. Have a good one, all right?
Peace.
See you guys.
See you guys in a little bit. Bye. Good afternoon, everybody. We're back. Frank the tank put on the screen. We're back with the neuter to wrap up today's live session. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? Just get situated here. Find you guys. Hope everybody had a good morning. Hang on, I lost you guys for a second. 1 second. There we go. All right. Remember, guys, we got President Trump speaking at 1. Let's double check and make sure that that is still on. I'm getting you guys pulled up. All right. Good afternoon. What's up, Miss Tomika? What's up? What's up? Mr. Paz, what's going on? Give everybody a second. Get in. Let's double check our news. Refresh this guy. Yep, 1 o'clock. All right, 1 o'clock. So probably a good time to grab some popcorn, watch the pretty colors fly around the screen. Right, we got a typical Monday here. Okay, typical little range-bound Monday. But the indices are very buoyant, right? The VIX is going down, so indices are very, very buoyant. Edward, what is up? How are you? Is that a niner in your name, Ed? I think I see a niner in there. On a walkie-talkie? All right. Okay. Well, let's get started here, guys. There's a lot to cover here. All right. God, man. God. Oh, you know how fast you were going? I don't know, 7. You were going 7 miles an hour. All right. Anyway, you eat a lot of paint chips when you were a kid? Sorry. Oh, never fails. Never fails. All right. So, starting off in the VIX. All right. Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Okay. So we are in a downtrend. Now, remember our friendly neighborhood 1580s that have been down here since January. Okay, since whatever, it was January. Yeah, January 13th. These 1580s down here, remember this runs inverse, right? So this leads the trend on the US indices, right? VIX has been an uptrend since these 1580s. There's been no doubt about it. Traded once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Now we're coming back down to those 1580s. So we're really going to have to pay attention once we get down here if we see shorts start to break, right? But in the meantime, here's our trend down there. All right. This was our Sunday night, Monday. Okay. This was our reopen right here. And we shot straight up back into our short setup, right? And that was from these 2690s to 2442s, actually 2440. Okay, so pullback, gapped right into it at our open, our reopen. All right, and there we go. And this is what we were watching this morning, was this pullback, which we got right here. All right, and now we've gone to and through this target. Okay, that's the target right there. All right, of this larger move. So do we have extensions yet? Well, funny you should ask. There we go. All right, you could absolutely make a case that we're going down in extension shorts on the VIX from this low on April 2nd to lows. We did not break that. Okay, so you could absolutely make the case. Now, there's also the case to be made that we're going down in extensions from this pullback that we had pre-market, right? Or last night. Okay, there's that target. We went through that. So either way you look at this, okay, get down there. This one might have broken. Yeah. Let's go back to our larger one. So we're going to use this low on April 2nd to lows. Okay. So there's a potential extension short there leading us down, right? Then if you follow this series of measured moves down from that pullback up there, okay, we would have this high, and that was at 9 p.m. No, 11 p.m. Eastern last night, highs to lows. Okay, either way you want to look at this. All right, so let's go with the more conservative because we don't want to misidentify trend break unless we start absolutely dropping. All right, so we're using 1130, which is the 2490s to lows. Okay, we're going to use that as our next measured move. All right, so we got a couple of them here. Okay, regardless, right? What up, Nate? How are you? Good to see you, sir. All right, regardless, the VIX is in short setups. Okay, we haven't said that in a while. Now, President Trump speaking at 1, these could all break. We don't know. Okay, we don't know. So, regardless, the VIX has a lot of work to do to break short setups. Okay, a lot of work to do. To even break trend, right, we would have to break all the way through. Let's see here. Oops, wrong one. To break trend, we'd have to break all the way through these 2491, round up 95, a tick, 25s. So we'd have to break the 25s to even break the trend. Could we do it? Yeah, absolutely. We could do it. Market can do anything it wants. Okay. But as of right now, all we know is we're going down in this series of shorts. All right. That's all we know right now. Get up there. There we go. Okay. So complete opposite of what we've been used to right now. Again, anytime we get war news, anything can happen, right? And usually you see it happen. It's absolutely insane, right? You'll see it happen as soon as the press conference, before any words are said. That's what happened last time. Before any words were said, right, the VIX took off. So we'll see. So any questions here? You could draw this up too, because this, I mean, we've got a lot of work to do. There's this high to low. There's this original, just same anchor, new low, right? So there's a lot. There's a lot above us. Okay. And this is why the indices are very buoyant right now. All right. I have something on my teeth. Okay. Any questions on where we are? I have something on my teeth. Gotta go blackberry seed or something. Okay. Everybody good? All right. Okay. So there we go. So we'll see here after 1 o'clock. This afternoon could be wild. All right. This afternoon could be wild. All right. Financials just on a tear. Absolutely on a tear this morning. Okay. And when we've seen it a million times, right? This is Eddie's dog, right? Bank gets to doing this, right? If he gets hold of you, little Mississippi leghound, best to just let him finish, right? So we'll see. Now we're coming back up onto these highs, and there could be another pullback. Remember, bank's just an index, right? It's not traded, so it doesn't have to be perfect. There could be another pullback here, but we'll see if this continues, right? If bank continues to grind higher like this into the afternoon, right? Then the indices are going to continue to have a tailwind. Doesn't mean they're going to go straight up. It just means they're in a positive environment to head higher. If we run into these highs and we roll over, indices are going to lose that tailwind until bank finds support. Okay, again, doesn't mean they're going to go straight down. Just means that they're going to lose the tailwind that's behind them. Okay, it'll be very interesting to see what happens here at 1 o'clock. All right, so moving on to the indices, not a whole lot happening, but what a great trend that we're in. This is just inverse of the VIX, right? So we've got multiple targets above us. Yes, we have the larger halfway back short on the year above us, but no longs have broken. Look how awesome this trend is, right? Most recent draw from last week, right? Back here on Thursday morning, lows to highs. There was our pullback right there. Targets are up here. Here's our worker bee move inside of that, just inverse of the VIX, right? Leading us up into larger targets. Okay. And there's that tailwind. You see that buoyancy, right? See that buoyancy. Any of these pullbacks are getting bought up, right? So indices are in a bid, and they're going to continue to be in a bid, right? As long as the VIX is in shorts. Okay. Gap fill today, pretty uneventful. We were using Thursday's close, which were the 23 even, I believe. What was it? Wrote that down. 66.23. Yep. And we filled that like right at the open. Right here. We'll have a more normal gap fill. Right. We'll have a more normal gap fill tomorrow with our 4 p.m. close from today. Remember, we take the trading halt days, don't really count for gap fills. All right. So there we go. That's what we're looking like on the indices, just inverse of the VIX, right? Just inverse of the VIX. So what is it? Let's see how close we are. So that's 23.15 to lows. Where's 23.15? This would be the next measured move on the VIX, which is about right there. All right, so that's our next measured move inside of the larger one. So our next worker bee move right there. Look at that, bang, right there at 11:30, and there's 11:30 right there. Okay, so you can see the VIX still has room to get up into that. Right, got front run right here, and there's your indice balance right there. Okay, all right, so there's the ES. All right, moving on to the NASDAQ, it's not going to be much different. All right, here's our series on the NASDAQ. What's up? Hamster's on. Nice. What up, Mike? All right, here for the VIX gap. I assume that's coming up. Give it another week or so, we'll be there. And the questions will fly. All right, so there's that last night, 8:15, or sorry, 11:15. Lows to highs. There it is on the NASDAQ. Okay, that's that big short. Okay. Right there. So everything's in a bid. Everything's going to be in a bit of a holding pattern here, I'm sure, till 1 o'clock. All right. We just got our typical Monday sideways kind of chop fest here. All right. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. Go over the YM. Okay, there we go. There's the YM. All right, here's its trend. Just gorgeous, right? Bang. This was a little sloppy. Now we're defending it right there. All right, there's your trend on the YM right there. Okay, not a whole lot to do right now at this moment. But as long as the VIX holds that short and bank continues higher, then YM and the Russells are just going to head up, right? Simple as that. All right, remember, YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movement. So we'll keep an eye on bank with those two. All right, and here's the Russells. Okay, all of these guys have big shorts above them, but no longs are broken. So this is the trend. Look at the Russells. Go, Russells, go. Boom, boom. Most recent one down here, reopen. Right there, 6 o'clock Sunday. All right, there's our pullback on the Russells. Larger pullback is from last Thursday's lows to highs. Right there to the tick. There's our next one right there. So there we go. Okay. Just inverse the VIX. And again, if bank rolls over, it's going to pull these down. The YM and the Russells, if bank continues to lift off, these guys are going to go. Right? Russells could get through its highs. So we'll see again with the press conference here at 1 o'clock. Right? Things have really slowed down. Right? Things have really slowed down. Okay. Questions? VIX Bank indices. Anybody? Anything you might have missed? Anybody? See if bank gets through these highs. Starting to struggle a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. All right, that's good. Okay, moving on. Bitcoin just coming, squeezing back into its next short setup. Okay, and that next short drawn from our highs on the 17th. Okay, to our most recent low down here on 27th. That's that next pullback. Remember, we've already traded this once. Right there. Right? Target, bounced right off the target. Here's number 2. So that's what we're pulling back into right there. Thanks, Edward. See you, buddy. All right. So that's what we're pulling back into on Bitcoin. We'll see if this holds. Leads us right back down. All right. Targets are down here. Very slow. Being technical, very slow. Just in our next short pullback. All right. Just our next short pullback. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Nate? All right. Okay, moving on to spot. Let's do that. Let me pull it up. There we go. One second. There we go. Okay. All right, so here's spot. All right, remember we are in a larger time frame. In the middle of winter here, we've got 33.5 or September, October 6th. Right, between September and October 6th. All right, so there's our pullbacks leading us down to that 33.5 area, and futures and spot looking pretty much the same. Here's the short on spot right there. So we'll see. Look for like at least like 1 hour bar to close red, something along those lines. Okay, see if we start to roll over. All right. It's being pretty technical, right? Pretty technical. Spot's got actually a lot more room here than the futures market does. Even if I draw it right, it does. All right. Okay. If Trump bomb market will go bearish if some kind of ceasefire or peace negotiations happen, then we be bullish. Who knows, right? Who knows? That's the thing, Lucas. Who knows? Doesn't matter. We don't try to guess. We don't have to, right? We'll see what the VIX does, right? That'll tell us everything we need to know. But yes, expect some crazy volatility. Absolutely. One way or another, we can expect that. All right. Absolutely. All right. Okay, stocks, guys. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Stocks. Anybody? Somebody needs to start swearing or something. Still at 54 bucks. All right. Exactly, Nate. Why? Don't know. Don't want to ask. Just go with it. Right? Drug. Okay. Let's see what drug. All right. If he's being serious. Yes. I don't know if you were trolling me there. I don't think we've looked at this one. This is a bioscience, biotech. These guys make me nervous. This one, way low volume, extremely low volume. Only has 41,000. Average volume is only 139. So any draws we put on this, just take it with a grain of salt, because there's not a whole lot of volume on this guy. But there is this pullback from our lows down here in June of last year, right? There's just not enough on this for me to be comfortable counting on any of these draws. Number one, it's a biotech, which make me nervous. Number two, just not a whole lot of volume, but it's bouncing off a long, right? Absolutely. There's buyers there. So I would watch to, see, there's a pullback right there, target. I'd watch to at least get through these 8203s. All right, actually, if I draw it right, 8150, watch for it to get through that 8150 and then see if it holds a pullback. That's how I would look at that. Yeah, just be careful because it's so low volume right now. All right. There we go. There's drug for the hamster. There we go. Yep, no, you got it. Yeah. All right. Apple and SoFi. I'm gonna look at Apple here for a few. All right, held along. There you go. Okay, so here's the larger extension long from these highs on April 14th of 25 to our highs. There's that support. We were waiting for a short to break. And on this series down, a short did break. And then we had this double bottom. And we just held this first long. Remember, two ways a market changes trend. One, it breaks a short and then holds the first pullback and lifts off. That's what gives you your head and shoulders. Second way, double top, double bottom, hold the pullback. It's like right there. And then boom. So we can start trailing these now. Now there's, of course, going to be resistance anchors above us. But we held along to a target. Bang, target. You just start trailing from these lows, coming out of that support, right? As long as the broad markets cooperate. So there we go, target, big targets, 302. All right, just keep trailing the longs until they break. All right, keep trailing the longs until they break. All right. So there we go. Okay, SoFi. Where is this guy? Oof, that's not good. All right, so it broke. It's all the way halfway back. All right, now let's draw to 0. Be on the safe side. There we go, close enough. All right, if you draw from 0, that's a true 50% off sale here, but nothing matters until it breaks shorts, right? So let's see where we are. All right, there's our pullback gone through that target. Lows, that's where it is right now, and it's new extension short right there. Okay, if that breaks, it could start a much larger pullback, right? If it does break, it could squeeze all the way up to these 1924s. Okay, but we got to get through that. That's your next short setup right there. That's from that low on February 23rd of this year, right, to lows. So we already traded it once right there and it got smacked. So we're right there now. So you want to see these 1657s break and then draw long from lows and see if that pullback holds. And if it does start to lift off, then you can squeeze all the way back up here. All right. So not there quite yet, right? Not there quite yet. Okay. There we go. All right. Lucas, we'll go over gold here in just a few. Microsoft. Yep. There we go. All right. Okay, so still in this long. All right, this is from October 31st of 22 to our highs. July 28th. Okay, we're still in that long. Now let's see where we are. That was our next pullback. Obviously, that went to and through. So there you go. Right there. So that's what you'd want to see break on Microsoft to see if you can change trend. If this series breaks, right, and you get a pullback long to hold, we wouldn't really want to guess as to where resistance would be other than this all the way halfway back, because the series would have broken. All right, so that's what we're going to be watching for. All right, see these 378.67s break. Remember, trade support, break the short, then draw the long. And if that long holds, you're lifting off. And we wouldn't want to get in the way, right, as it's making this much larger squeeze. All right, so right there, 378. That's how I'd be looking at that one. All right, Nate, cool. All right. Okay, any others, guys? Is that what you had, Nate? If you didn't, I bet you had close to something like that. Just make sure that long holds, right? If we break, just make sure that long holds. Because there could be something above us we don't know about. Right? Just make sure that step 3 of the rhyme holds. All right. Oh, cool. I'm glad to be of service, Nate. All right. Okay. Moving on. There we go. All right, where are we here? Anything happening? No, this is ick. Right? Barcode, ground beef at Kroger right now. Bang's still trying to hang in there though. Okay, probably the most important chart, crude oil. Right, here's crude oil. It has a pullback. Okay, here's crude oil's pullback. All right, it's from these lows on April 1st to this high on April 2nd. That's the pullback. All right. Now we traded the 38.2, ripped away from it, never got to our target. We dipped into highs and didn't get to the target, so that's a failed breakout. Okay, so we could come all the way back down here to lows, and you can see that these shorts from highs are holding. Bang, didn't break. Bang, right there. Right. So there is a short above us. Right, there absolutely is. So we'll see if crude oil continues, right, to fall out of this short setup, the indices are going to have a tailwind. Okay. Now, again, if we, for some reason, lift off, remember, we've got the press conference coming up at 1 o'clock. So we'll see. But as of right now, it's not making new highs. And it's actually holding this short setup. So there is potential for it to fall. But again, with the press conference, who knows? All right. And this is having an inverse relationship on the indices. Okay. So if it continues to weaken, you'll see a tailwind behind the indices. If crude oil takes off, indices are going to roll over. Okay. All right. Now, gold and silver. Okay. So gold, really close, right? Really close. So this is what you're asking for, Lucas. So there's this big long setup below us from March 23rd, okay, to our highs on April 1st. All right. So that pullback is down here. Now, we had a big front run of this 38.2 right here. We did not, I mean, we were talking about this this morning, but man, this is close, very close, right? So is gold still in a short? You could make the case it is. You can make the case it isn't. Now, this is going to tell us the tail. Okay, this pullback. This pullback holds and we lift off. Great. That's been broken. We held the first pullback and we're lifting off. Okay, and we got targets, plenty of targets way up here. All right, if this breaks and we break the 46.3870s, then we're more than likely, because that means this short held, we're going to fall back down into these 44.63s. Okay, so there's more than likely there's going to be a little battle over the trend here. Okay, between that short from high and that long from lows. So we'll see who wins. Right? If we break this, we can look for pullbacks on our way. If we break this, if you do want to get short, if you break that, you can draw highs to lows, look for shorts to sell into to bring you down into support. All right. Hopefully that cleared it up, Lucas. All right. Hopefully that made sense to you. XAU USD is the same, is just the spot of gold. 46.3870. Yeah, if you break that, what you're going to do is draw from highs to lows. If we break this, draw from highs to lows and see if there's going to be a pullback short that you can sell into that's going to lead us down. Yep. So there's going to probably be a little battle over the trend right here between this long and this short. All right. And then moving on to silver. Hopefully that answered it there, Lucas. Moving on to silver. Here's that short on silver. Okay. Again, did not break. That's irritating. Okay. So this short from highs from April 1st down here to April 2nd, that did not break. That's the one that gold pierced by like a tick. Very welcome, sir. You're very welcome. So that didn't break either. So here's your battle over the trend, just from these lows, right? We're going to watch from these lows to highs. Oops. These lows to highs. What? Come on. There we go. All right. You could even make the case that we've traded this already. We'll leave it right there. Okay. So there's your little battle over the trend on the precious metals. All right. If we break these shorts, right, there's going to be pullbacks and we can lift off. So hopefully that's the case. All right. Now we need dollar help, right? And the dollar this morning, okay, here's DXY, not the dollar, but a bunch of different currencies put together in an index. Okay. Here's the long, and you can see it's just pinned right now. Here's the long from April 1st to our highs, April 2nd, right there. There's the long, and then this short from highs. Okay, we're on a 1 hour chart. This short from highs is getting slammed. So see, there's where we're pinned. But all of this has been dollar strength this morning. So that's putting a headwind, especially against the precious metals, right? Just can't get any lift off. We need some dollar weakness. We need continued dollar weakness to put a really nice tailwind behind the precious metals. Right now it's just stuck, just kind of like the precious metals are stuck, right? All right, so get to the actual currencies. So here's the dollar yen. It actually broke a short, all right? But it's getting choppy chopperton up here. Okay, the long is from April 1st to our highs on April 2nd, okay? And you can see there's room to still pull back into this. If we can't get through these highs, this is typical Monday, right? With just very low juice in the markets. We can't get through these highs. We could fall back down into our support. That would be dollar weakness. That's going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals, okay, which is what we're looking for. All right, but you can see, again, it's just range bound right now, top of the range, bottom of the range, nothing in the middle. All right, moving on to the euro. Okay, here's the euro, exactly the same. Everything looks the same. All the dollar trades, precious metals, all look the same. They're all pinned. All right, so here's the short from highs, April 1st to our lows, right there, right there, right there. And here's the long from lows, defending. Okay, so there's your battle over the trend on the euro. From the lows on April 5th to our highs on April 6th today. There's the long. So you can see bang, 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 bang in there. All right, So if the euro lifts off, dollar yen falls. That's going to be dollar weakness, tailwind for the precious metals. If these guys roll over and the shorts win, right, that's going to be dollar strength. It's going to put a headwind against the precious metals. They're more than likely going to make larger pullbacks. Okay, so not a whole lot. Typical Monday, right? Absolute typical Monday. VIX going nowhere. Straight. What is that? 70s to 94 ticks, 4-tick range, right there on the VIX. Bank just hanging out at those highs. Indices hanging out, not going anywhere. All right, so we'll see. Everything's going to depend on 1 o'clock, right? So just be very safe this afternoon. If you do, decide to trade this afternoon, just be really safe. I mean, treat it absolutely half size or not at all, because things could get wild. Things could absolutely get wild. 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock. All right, nothing has to make sense. Okay, we could have the VIX going up, indices going up, bank going down, indices going up, whatever. Anytime we have these hugely volatile news events, nothing has to make sense. Okay, just very, very beginning of the week, right? Very beginning of the week. All right, any questions as to where we are? Anybody? Yeah, that's smart, Nate. Very smart. Still be able to take advantage of it, but if something goofy happens, you don't get slapped, right? All we know right now is the VIX is in a downtrend, indices are in an uptrend, and bank is green. That's all we know right now. After 1 o'clock, who knows? All right. Thanks, Nate. All right. Anything, guys? Any questions or anything? Good to go. All right. All right, cool. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, everybody. That's gonna be it for today. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Normal schedule, 8:15 a.m. So we'll see you guys all there. Thanks for tuning in. Peace out, everybody. Bye.